me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For those who arrived today, a very warm welcome in the beautiful city of Ghent for the 14th meeting of the Joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group on Europol. My name is Celia Groothedde. I'm head of the delegation for the Belgian Senate and representative for Brussels, and I will be co-hosting the meeting today. It's an honor for Belgium to receive you today. Ghent has a very rich history on cooperation on a European level, a city with deep-rooted tradition of commerce, cultures and diplomacy, and we are currently sitting in what used to be the old fishing mine. Maybe entering, you have seen Neptune, who is standing as a statue and looking down upon the two rivers, the Ghent River and the Antwerp River, the Leie and the Schelde. And it's very unclear if he's berating them and keeping them in check or keeping a benevolent eye on them, maybe something that may inspire our meeting today. Outside, you've seen a tiny little medieval castle. That's the Gravensteen. That used to be the house of the Counts of Flanders. And a little known fact, in 1949, it has been occupied by a group of students who were rebelling against a city tax on beer. Not stereotypical at all. When the police tried to remove them, they were pelted with rotten fruit. So I advise you very much to visit the Gravensteen, but from the moment you see students with apples that don't look good, please flee. Now, in more serious manners, you understand that this is a backdrop for our real task, being the scrutiny on Europol. This JPSG conference will be focusing on the political monitoring of the recent Europol activities, with a particular focus on the impact of those activities on the fundamental rights and freedoms of European citizens. Of course, Europol plays a very important part in providing operational support to the law enforcement agencies in the member states and to assist them in safeguarding security and the rule of law across the European Union. And through its cooperation with national law enforcement agencies, it offers crucial assistance in combating organized crime, terrorism, cyber threats, and other transnational challenges. Now, today, all the participants here have a unique opportunity to reflect and discuss on Europol's activities, discuss the way Europol identifies new emerging threats, and to evaluate the way Europol addresses them today. Today, we will be able to evaluate Europol's activities through first the presentation of Europol's activities, to the presentation of the European Data Protection Supervisor, and thirdly, the two thematic themes of today being a focus on illegal weapons trafficking and combating trafficking in human beings. This is a unique form of scrutiny with national parliaments and the European Parliament, and it plays a fundamental role in ensuring that Europol is and remains fully accountable and transparent. And whether you represent the European Parliament or a national parliament, your remarks and contributions are very valuable in shaping the future of Europol's activities. Now, of course, as a representative for Brussels, I cannot help but saying, welcome to the second most beautiful city in Belgium. But also, I would like to invite you to view a very short film of our home city and the house where we usually work, me and my colleague co-chairing Koen Metsu. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the Belgian Federal Parliament. It's a pity we can't welcome you in our building in Brussels, because the Belgian Parliament is a charming and open house, conducive to debate and meetings, which makes politics accessible to everyone.
Les séances sont ouvertes, les commissions sont ouvertes au public, mais les gens ne le savent pas toujours. Du coup, on fait venir le contenu à eux par les réseaux sociaux.
The Belgian Federal Parliament aims to be an inclusive parliament, reflecting the population it represents. Since 2019, for the first time in Belgium's history, both chambers have been presided over by a woman. Furthermore, we work and debate in both Dutch and French. The Belgian Federal Parliament is one of the only multilingual parliaments in the European Union.
Ja, de charme van België en Brussel zit in hun meertaligheid. Dus als tolken zorgen wij ervoor dat elke senator of elk Kamerlid zijn eigen taal kan spreken.
The Belgian Federal Parliament consists of two chambers, the House of Representatives and the Senate. Together, they form Belgium's federal legislature.
Toutes les réunions parlementaires sont visibles sur le site internet de la Chambre en direct et là vous pouvez choisir directement sur lachambre.be.
Green is the color of the House of Representatives. This is where laws are made and where we control the federal government and the budget. This is where we make policy.
Tijdens het vragenuurtje in de Kamer krijgt iedereen 2 minuten spreektijd, geen uitzonderingen. Iedereen is gelijk voor de wet.
The color of the Senate is red. This is a place of reflection and of meeting between the three language communities in all transparency.
Wij tikken alles uit, inderdaad. Alles wat er gebeurt, alles wat er gezegd wordt in de vergaderingen. Dat wil zeggen dat alles wat er gebeurt in de zaal terug te vinden is in het integraal verslag.
The Belgian Federal Parliament is a fascinating place where hundreds of people are passionately committed to democracy.
J'habite au Parlement. J'ai grandi ici en tant que fils de concierge. Et maintenant, depuis 22 ans, je suis moi-même concierge. C'est un privilège. C'est capable de parler de la nation, ça représente le peuple. Et donc, c'est quand même un grand privilège de pouvoir vivre ici et d'être domicilié ici.
This is a place where the past is cherished.
Het federaal parlement van België is een van de enige 3 parlementen in de wereld met een eigen bijaard.
But it's also a place where we prepare for the future.
Au Parlement fédéral, nous tenons compte de la planète et donc je roule 100% électrique.
The Belgian Federal Parliament is an open house for debate and meeting. The future of Belgium starts here.
Verschillende scholen vanuit heel België kruipen eigenlijk in de rol van een echte parlementariër. En wij proberen eigenlijk de jongeren zoveel mogelijk te stimuleren om het woord te nemen. Dat is wel een stap voor heel veel, maar eens als ze die stap hebben gezet, zijn ze eigenlijk on fire om in het leven te kruipen van een echte parlementariër.
And with that, let us dive into the matters at hand. Dear co-chairs, dear members of the Troika, dear members of the JPSG, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. In total, we have 75 members registered to participate today from 33 chambers, 24 member states. Interpretation is available in English, French, Dutch, German, Hungarian, and Italian. Your equipment is right in front of you. I'm looking forward to a fruitful discussion, but let us first just touch upon a few practical points. First, please verify that you're sitting in the right place. All the places are nominative. The list of speakers will be drawn based upon requests on the floor. And therefore, you'll have to press a button on your microphone. So please be seated in the right place so that your name will be displayed correctly. Otherwise, another member will take the honor of asking your question nominatively. You can find more practical information on requests on the floor, on interpretation, and on the Wi-Fi on the information sheet, which should be right in front of you on the table. And finally, there's some good news. You don't have to wait for a cup of coffee during the meeting. There's a permanent coffee corner available through the doors at the back of the room, essential information in any conference room. Let me now pass the floor to my co-chair from the Belgian House of Representatives, Mr. Koen-Metsu.
Thank you, Ms. Groothedde. Good morning, European friends. I too would like to welcome you to this meeting, which we all hope will be very fruitful today. I would like to start by stressing the importance of Europol's support for the member states. We all know that serious and organized crime, terrorism, financial and economic crime or corruption are increasingly complex phenomena. As these types of crime are transnational in nature, we are all affected by them. The revised Europol regulation, which entered into force on June 28, 2022, has allowed the agency to increase its expertise and operational capacity. This has helped the agency on its way to becoming the EU information hub on criminal activities and the cornerstone of the EU internal security architecture. On the other hand, Europol's strengthened mandate also calls for great attention to strike the right balance between security and fundamental rights, including data protection. Pursuant to Article 51 of the Europol regulation, the role of the JPSG is to politically monitor Europol's activities in fulfilling its mission, including as regards the impact of those activities on the fundamental rights and freedoms of natural persons. Dear colleagues, I would like to inform you that the co-chairs of the JPSG were invited to participate on behalf of the JPSG in the 134th meeting of the Europol Management Board that was held on 12th and 13th of December 2023 in Zaragoza, Spain. However, both Mr. Juan Fernando López Aguilar, MEP, head of the European Parliament delegation to the JPSG, and Mr. David Serrada Pariente, MP, head of the Spanish Parliament delegation to the JPSG, had to decline due to unavoidable commitments. The chair of the management board, Mr. Peter de Buisser, excused the absence of the JPSG co-chair at the beginning of the meeting. An official of the European Parliament and at the Secretariat of the JPSG was present in the meeting representing the JPSG at technical level. A written report following the meeting of the Europol Management Board has been available on IPEX, so as you all know, the website for Interparliamentary EU Information Exchange, since January 31st. The next Europol Management Board meeting, to which the JPSG will be invited, will take place on 18 and 19 June in Brussels. Before we begin, I would like to warmly welcome my JPSG co-chair from the European Parliament, Mr. Engerer, and pass the floor to him. So, Mr. Engerer, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Metsu, and good morning, everyone. I too welcome you to this beautiful city of Ghent in Belgium. I'd like, first of all, to excuse the absence of Mr. Juan Fernando López Aguilar, chair of the LIBE committee and co-chair of the JPSG. Unfortunately, he couldn't be with us this morning in Ghent due to unavoidable commitments, and as head of the European Parliament delegation today, I will co-chair this JPSG meeting. I will now report on the outcome of the Troika meeting. The meeting was attended by the Troika members and for the first part by the Polish heads of delegation, which will join the Troika formally in July of this year. The Troika approved the agenda of this 14th JPSG meeting and agreed on putting the proposal for the revision of the rules of procedure on the agenda of the 14th JPSG meeting. This will be discussed during the next agenda item. The Troika meeting continued with the presentation of the future priorities of the upcoming Hungarian presidency of the Council of the European Union with regard to the work of the JPSG and an exchange of views with the Polish heads of delegation in view of their upcoming Polish presidency. The Troika noted that no letters were received from delegations and that 3 written questions were submitted to and answered by Europol. Finally, the date of the next Troika meeting was communicated, which was the 11th of November 2024. That said, yesterday we had a discussion on whether these dates should change because of the commemoration of the First World War in a number of member states, and this has been taken note of and will be discussed by the technical teams. We will now follow with the adoption of our agenda for today. In light of the revised Europol regulation, we will propose and submit a joint amendment for adoption. Our meeting, being dedicated to the scrutiny of Europol, will then proceed to the monitoring of Europol's work during the last few months. The European Data Protection Supervisor will subsequently report on the state of data protection issues concerning Europol. The morning session will conclude with a family photo on the pontoon, since we have perfect Belgian weather today, and we will be able to do so outside. The afternoon will be dedicated to 2 scrutiny sessions, an innovation introduced during the previous JPSG meeting, and to 2 keynote speeches. The first scrutiny session focuses on illegal weapons trafficking and will be introduced with a keynote speech by the Belgian Minister of the Interior, Ms. Annelies Verlinden. This session will then be followed by a keynote speech by the European Commissioner for Home Affairs, Ms. Ylva Johansson. We will finish the 14th JPSG meeting with a second scrutiny session on combating trafficking in human beings. Colleagues, JPSG delegates, do you agree with the draft agenda? Are there any comments? I see no objections, so the agenda is adopted. Let me now turn to the presentation and possible adoption of the joint amendment to the JPSG Rules of Procedure to include an addendum regarding the establishment of the Consultative Forum on Fundamental Rights. Let us begin by briefly recapping what this is about. As you know, the revised Europol regulation entered into force in June 2022. After Article 52A of the regulation foresees that the JPSG shall establish a consultative forum on fundamental rights. The purpose of the forum is to, upon request, assist the JPSG by providing independent advice in fundamental rights matters. Pursuant to Article 6.2 of the JPSG Rules of Procedure, and in order to implement Article 52A of the revised Europol regulation, a working group had been tasked with drafting a consensual proposal on the establishment of the consultative forum within the JPSG's Rule of Procedure. The last time the Presidential Troika met in September, it adopted the extension of the duration of the mandate of the working group until the 14th JPSG meeting. The working group held its constituent meeting on 8 June 2023, and it was decided that work would be carried out at technical level to prepare a working document of draft proposals based on the written contributions received from the delegations as part of the initial call for submissions. For the purpose, 3 technical meetings took place on June 29th, September 5th, and September 27th, 2023. The outcome of these works is the joint amendment to the JPSG Rules of Procedure to include an addendum regarding the establishment of the Consultative Forum on Fundamental Rights. A draft proposal was discussed in the working group at the political level during a meeting on October 12, 2023. And the proposed joint amendment covers general principles, composition of the forum, appointment of members, working methods and frequency of meetings, resources, access to information, and the output of the forum. There was broad consensus on the text, and the members of the working group displayed a commendable willingness to advance and find an acceptable and balanced compromise. The only point open to discussion concerned paragraph 19 on resources. And following the meeting on the 12th of October 2023, a written exchange of views was launched, and the working group delegations were invited to send written comments on the matter of resources. On 20th October 2023, a consensual proposal was reached by deleting the phrase, and I quote, "and bear the costs of their participation in consultative forum meetings," end of quote, in paragraph 19 regarding the resources of the consultative forum. In the proposed joint amendment, paragraph 19 thus reads as follows, I quote, "members of the consultative forum shall serve pro bono," end of quote. In accordance with Article 6.2 of the JPSG's Rules of Procedure, the proposed changes to the Rules of Procedure were submitted to the JPSG 4 months ahead of the meeting and have been available on IPEX. A French version was also circulated on February 7th. As the Troika agreed on putting the joint amendment to the JPSG Rules of Procedure on the agenda of the 14th JPSG meeting, we would like to submit the joint amendment for approval by the JPSG. As a reminder, pursuant to Article 6.2 of the JPSG's Rules of Procedure, in order to be adopted, amendments shall be subject to a decision by consensus by the JPSG. Additionally, delegates are reminded that revision of the addendum or any other relevant provisions will be possible at any point in the future, should it be necessary. Are there, at this point, any questions, comments, or concerns regarding the joint amendment to the JPSG Rules of Procedure? I just remind if there are any delegates wishing to intervene, they are kindly requested to press the button on the microphone once. The light on the microphone will turn green. To withdraw your request, press the button again. In the meantime, the microphone will turn on automatically when the floor is yours, so there's no need to press the button yourself at that point. If there are any questions or comments. Okay, I see none. If the system is working, if not, anyone could raise up their hands. Okay, so can we then agree on approving the joint amendment to the JPSG Rules of Procedure to include an addendum regarding the establishment of the Consultative Forum on Fundamental Rights? I do not see any objections, so I hereby find that the joint amendment to the JPSG Rules of Procedure to include an addendum regarding the establishment of the Consultative Forum on Fundamental Rights has been adopted. I would like to thank all those involved in the works of the working group, including the officials working at the European Parliament, at the Swedish, Spanish, Belgian, and Hungarian parliaments for their positive and collaborative approach in drafting the proposal at the technical level. Let us now turn to the next steps in the establishment of the Consultative Forum. Pursuant to paragraph 6 of the addendum regarding the establishment of the Consultative Forum on Fundamental Rights, the JPSG shall launch a call for expression of interest from relevant EU and national agencies and bodies, international and intergovernmental organizations, academia, and civil society organizations to become members of the JPSG Consultative Forum. This call shall be approved by the Troika and shall be launched over the coming weeks. This call and the list of applicants shall be published on the JPSG pages on the IPEX website. All JPSG delegations and members are invited to further distribute the call and by doing so contribute to making the call known to whomever they see fit. However, it is up to interested individuals or organizations to apply for the Consultative Forum membership. The list of applicants will also be published on the IPEX website. The composition of the Consultative Forum will be decided by the JPSG, hopefully during our next meeting in November in the European Parliament. Dear colleagues, moving on to the next item on our agenda, it is my pleasure to welcome now Ms. Catherine de Boll, Executive Director of Europol, and Mr. Peter de Buyscher, Chairperson of the Europol Management Board. Ms. de Boll, Mr. de Buyscher, please take your seat at the podium, which I see you have already done. They will both be reporting on Europol activities from October 2023 to February 2024 and reply to written contributions received by delegations. Before I give them the floor, I will briefly explain delegates how they can submit requests. As I did before, just a reminder to all those wishing to intervene to kindly request your intervention by pressing the button on the microphone once. The light on the microphone will turn green. To withdraw your request, press the button again. The microphone will turn on automatically when the floor is given to yourselves. So there is no need to press the button yourselves at that point. The speakers list will be created on a basis of requests for the floor submitted in this matter. All the debates today will be organized according to the so-called ping-pong formula, so question and answer. And we'll try to have people from national parliaments and the European Parliament intervene. Indeed, Ms. de Boll and Mr. de Buyscher, depending on the question, are asked to answer each question individually before taking the next question, making for a more lively debate. As I said, the floor will be given alternately to 2 members of national parliaments and 1 member of the European Parliament until the list of speakers is exhausted. I'm afraid that we will need to be rather strict and set to a speaking time. So please keep your questions to a maximum of 2 minutes, which is quite a lot when we consider European Parliament speaking time. The aim is to ensure that all parliaments or chambers have the opportunity to participate in the debate. And if time allows, we may then have the opportunity for further questions at the end. Should it appear that there would be too many speakers, you will be invited to ask your question in a shorter amount of time. Ms. De Bol, the floor is yours for up to 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished members of the national parliaments of the European Union, distinguished members of the European Parliament, Mrs. Groothedde, Mr. Metsu, Mr. Engerer, it's my pleasure to meet you all here today in Ghent for the 14th meeting of the JPSG. And today I will update you on the operational and strategic developments of Europol, including the multi-annual programming document 25-27. I already informed you about the adoption by the Management Board of Europol of the new Europol strategy, delivering security in partnership. The renewed strategy paves the way to further improve Europol's performance while benefiting from new opportunities introduced by the amended Europol regulation in order to better address the operational needs we see in the Member States. The renewed Europol Strategy 2020+ is embedded in the multi-annual framework document, and this was transmitted to the JPSG in January. The last months, we did set up a dedicated task force for the execution of the strategy. The implementation roadmap was its first deliverable. We have short and medium terms objectives, and all over, we have a total of 90 high-level actions that have been identified and whom we have to work on from now until 27. We see already positive developments of the implementation of the strategy. A tangible example is the Integrated Operational Services Unit. This was created at the end of last year, and the unit is in charge of the interoperability and the travel intelligence functions. Most of our new initiatives planned for this and next year are driven by the expected impact of EU policy and legislative developments. To mention a few ones, the implementation of the Digital Services Act, the Directive on Information Exchange, and various interoperability components will have a significant impact on the work of Europol. Let me give you a few examples. The work on interoperability will continue in view of the start of ETIAS operations in 25 and VIS in 26. Europol Operational and Analysis Center will be ready to offer 24/7 support for hit follow-ups. We will also establish a second data center. Europol will support also the integration of Siena Web Services with national case management systems, in line with the Directive of Information Exchange. The Firearms Intelligence Hub is being developed to expand our intelligence picture on illegal weapon trafficking, while the European Counter-Terrorism Center will intensify its efforts on the implementation of the Digital Services Act. In order to address these and other new and complex changes, Europol has requested additional resources above the ceiling of the MFF 21-27. In fulfilling our role in providing operational support to Member States, we are committed to processing the data entrusted to us in a secure and data protection compliant manner. That is the reason why we cooperate closely with the European Data Protection Supervisor. And I will give you a brief update on the developments since the last JPSG meeting. Last time I reported about the successful completion of the prior consultation cooperation with the EDPS on the PERSI platform, which allows the transmission of removal orders and referrals of online illegal terrorism content to hosting service providers. PERSI is meanwhile a well-used tool since July last year. 384 removal orders and 14,822 referrals to hosting service providers. We are thinking to adjust PERSI or to consider parts of it as a blueprint for our processing of referrals that we receive under the Digital Services Act, the DSA. This concerns suspicions of criminal offences involving a threat to the life or safety of persons. We have received until now around 255 notifications from online service providers covering child exploitation, terrorism threats, human trafficking, as well as information which we refer immediately to member states, such as suicide threats or suspected domestic violence. At the moment, we are working with the EDPS on implementing the recommendations from the opinions on 2 new envisaged tools: the data refinery, which will help to make the compliant processing of data more efficient, and secondly, on biometric tooling to support operational analysis and support activities. At the end of January 2024, the EDPS received an update from us on all pending recommendations. This resulted in 87% of all recommendations reported by Europol for closure by the EDPS, so 13% of recommendations remaining. Let me provide you now with an overview of Europol external relations. Our primary focus remains on the EU neighbourhood, in particular the Western Balkan countries and the countries of the Eastern Partnership. The UK is, of course, a key partner. The MENA region continues to be among our external priorities, but also a challenge due to a lack of legal framework for structured information exchange. However, I can report some positive steps. Negotiations of a working arrangement with Egypt started last November 23, and this is currently ongoing. Europol also engaged with Morocco and Jordan at both bilateral and multilateral level. Latin America remains another priority region. We have established several working arrangements with Latin American countries that facilitate strategic cooperation with the region. And to this end, we continue to support the Commission in its negotiations on international agreements between the European Union and certain Latin American countries to allow the exchange of personal data with those countries. The working arrangement between Europol and Ecuador entered into force in October, and the multilateral and strategic level, Europol will pursue engagement with Ameripol. And last November, we have signed a working arrangement with New Zealand, implementing the first international agreement on exchange of personal data negotiated by the Commission. I will start my update on operational matters with a few highlights on our support to Ukraine. Our lines of support range from tackling cybercrime, human trafficking, and war crimes to help avoid the violation of sanctions related to the war. I would like to mainly focus on recent developments in the field of firearms trafficking and core international crimes. A framework for the exchange of information and intelligence of lost and stolen weapons was established. Since the 5th of October 2023, Europol participates in the joint investigation team on alleged core international crimes committed in Ukraine and provides analytical and forensic support to the members of the JIT. Member states and partner countries have shared with us a significant amount of information. Europol is also assisting the national authorities with secondary security checks through the deployment of almost 20 guest officers in 6 different countries. Developments in Ukraine and their potential impact on the EU internal security remains an important topic on the political and on the operational agenda. Related to drugs trafficking, Drugs trafficking remains the largest criminal market in the EU. In the past year, there was a significant increase in cocaine trafficking to the EU, most of which shipped in maritime containers. The evolving criminal landscape linked to international drugs trafficking poses a number of challenges to law enforcement. Among those, the increasingly complexity of criminal networks relies on flexible cooperation structures, both of opportunistic and systematic nature among operating criminal groups. Rising violence in some cities and parts of the EU, areas surrounding major transportation hubs, are particularly vulnerable, with violence often spilling out onto the streets and surrounding cities. We observe common patterns in Marseille, Antwerp or Rotterdam, for example. Urgent action is required to tackle this trend. And what do we need for that? We need to understand the global threats and challenges by increasing the information flow on large-scale trafficking, and we need to focus on innovative partnerships with the private sector to increase the resilience of logistical hubs, facilitate financial investigations, and address the online sale of drugs. In this light, we welcome the measures laid out in the Commission's roadmap to fight drug trafficking and organized crime. We particularly also welcome the establishment of the European Port Alliance public-private partnership against drug smuggling and criminal infiltration, which was launched under the Belgian presidency in Antwerp only a few weeks ago, and we are looking forward to support this initiative. Turning now to migrant smuggling, we observe an increased criminal activity in all main entry routes into the EU and secondary movements within the EU. Europol is currently supporting 5 regionally focused operational task forces with member states and partners to combat migrant smuggling. Concerted efforts with national authorities and relevant partners are crucial to provide effective solutions. We particularly welcome Italy's initiative to establish an OTF for the Central and Eastern Mediterranean routes. And we also welcome the Commission's proposal to reinforce Europol's capabilities in the fight against migrant smuggling. The framework defines a more structured cooperation among Europol, member states and other EU agencies, a well-balanced approach between the operational needs of Europol and the member states, together with adequate resource allocation, will be instrumental to implement the renewed EU anti-migrant smuggling policy effectively. Interagency cooperation in this area is key. On the 31st of January, I signed in Warsaw a joint declaration, Europol-Frontex, together with the Frontex ID, Mr. Leitens. The 2 agencies reiterated their commitment to work together within the remit of our respective mandates, of course, with a view to stepping up cooperation, especially in migrant smuggling and trafficking in human beings. Reciprocal exchange of information is a key aspect of our cooperation. Let me give you an update on economic and financial crime. At operational level, Operation Oscar, which supports member states' financial investigation in relation to the sanctions for the war of aggression against Ukraine, has made progress. So far, we produced 77 operational analysis reports, and we supported 4 action days. The annual meeting will take place at the end of this month, and the number of case contributions and requests to Europol in the area of financial and economic crime is constantly increasing, with the crime areas online driven by fraud and money laundering having the largest exposure in this context. We welcome the recent progress with the anti-money laundering package, It's very important that Europol in that area can also play an important role. A few remarks also on the latest activity in the areas on counterterrorism. Since Hamas launched its large-scale terrorist attack on the 7th of October, Europol has supported EU member states and third parties in mitigating the multi-layered threats for Europe that arise from the escalation of violence in the Middle East. For instance, the Counterterrorism Center at Europol is coordinating a dedicated work group looking into the topic of financing of Hamas by EU-based individuals and organizations. And from the start of November, Europol is actively working on the online dissemination of illegal content related to the conflict. On the more operational side, in the last weeks of November, Europol hosted an 8-week terrorist identification task force action focusing on cryptocurrencies. Our European Cybercrime Centre is continuously developing operational solutions to best serve member states' investigations. Supporting investigations against ransomware remains one of Europol's priority activity. Recent operations against ransomware have resulted in a growing number of arrests and disruptions to these complex criminal enterprises, while supporting victims with decryption tools to restore their data to which they have lost access. Also, we have enhanced our cryptocurrencies expertise and our capacities on cyber threat intelligence collection. Countering child sexual abuse online remains one of our main areas of focus. As at the end of 2023, we launched EU CARES, a tool to streamline child sexual abuse material referrals for member states. With this tool, we shifted from a weekly transition to member states to every 2 hours. Let me conclude with some remarks on the cooperation with the JPSG and the European Parliament. I want to express once again my gratitude for the continued support to Europol. Since this is the last JPSG meeting under the current European Parliament's mandate, I would like to thank the Libe Chair and all other members of the European Parliament for the cooperation over the last years. As I mentioned already, JPSG plays a crucial role in making Europol's work known at the national and the European level. We can only be grateful for this. We welcome the establishment of the consultative forum, and we are looking forward to working together. And I remain at your disposal for any questions or clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. De Bolle. And Mr. De Buyscher, the floor is yours for up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. So, distinguished members of the Joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group on Europol, members of the national parliaments and members of the European Parliament, distinguished co-chairs Groot-Hede Metsu and Cyril Zengerer, all participants in the 14th meeting of the JPSG. I'm delighted to meet you in Ghent, in the Oude Vismijn, or the Old Fish Market, a testament to the city's maritime heritage. And as already said, it's the second most beautiful city of Belgium, next to Aalst, which is 30 kilometers further from here. Following the intervention of the Executive Director, De Bolle, I am pleased to provide you with an update on the activities of the Management Board of Europol since my report in September last year. The work of the Management Board has been particularly intense, with 2 ordinary meetings held in October and December, and 2 extraordinary meetings on Europol's planning, one in November, and the latest one of specific importance only a few weeks ago. Throughout these meetings, the Management Board has discussed and taken decisions on a number of strategic, corporate, institutional and operational matters in accordance with the development of the agency, which, as just outlined by the Executive Director, have been significant in all areas of work. In doing so, the board has not only been supervising the agency's work from a governing perspective, but it has also and foremost guided and supported Europol in conducting its core business in the best interests of our national competent authorities and at the highest compliance levels, in particular with regard to data protection. In this endeavour, the Management Board regards the JPSG as a close partner and considers the cooperation established since the creation of this group as a significant achievement. In particular, the Board values the participation of JPSG representatives in its discussions of strategic and political relevance and looks forward to pursuing this close dialogue with both JPSG constituencies. Distinguished members, the current situation urges me to start my account with the crucial issue of Europol's resources, which was already shortly brought to your attention by the Executive Director. As I have the privilege to represent the Management Board before you, I shall take this opportunity to share the perspective of our members, the representatives of the EU law enforcement community, on this question. The Board discussions on the budgetary requirements of Europol from 2025 until 2027 started only a few weeks ago at the planning meeting held on the 26th of January. The discussion led to the adoption by the Management Board of the draft estimate of Europol's resources for 2025 and to the endorsement in first reading of Europol's draft multi-annual programming for the period 2025-2027. By doing so, the Board has taken a significant step following the loud and clear signal Europol sent to the Board. However, a long and difficult process stands ahead. We face a dilemma, which this time, albeit customary for governing bodies, is unprecedented in many ways. At the one hand, distinguished members, we must secure Europol's budgetary needs to maintain Europol's adherence to be able to fulfill its core tasks and continue its ability to support the national law enforcement authorities in thwarting the threats of serious organized crime and terrorism. In parallel, Europol is called to play an active mandatory role in the implementation of the new instruments set up to enhance the protection of the EU internal security and to step up law enforcement cooperation. Such new important tasks, for instance, are foreseen in the context of the EU interoperability regulations, the new Information Exchange Directive, the Prim II regulation, and several others. Of course, these developments are not budget neutral, neither now nor in the long term, as they require stepping up Europol's technological capabilities and handling foreseeable unprecedented information flows of operational relevance. As the Executive Director correctly explained, a critical point has now been reached where Europol will no longer be able to adequately carry out its core tasks, also taking into account that Europol is now faced with unforeseen tasks for which adequate funding has not always been fully provided. Does Europol have a choice not to live up to the expectations of the legislator or not to pay the decisive contribution that our citizens require, expect and deserve? Absolutely not. Besides creating new legal obligations under different frameworks, these new developments are bound to become an integral part of the context under which Europol and the EU law enforcement community we serve will operate. In the face of such a substantial change of parameters, all efforts to modernize and increase the effectiveness of our work will be void unless appropriate resources accompany them. All these being, on the one hand, the board has, of course, to consider the other face of the coin. First, planning Europol's resource levels cannot only be an internal corporate exercise detached from the general context. The board is fully aware of the extreme budgetary pressure to which the Union and its member states have been confronted during the last years in coping with major crises both within and from outside of the common borders and amidst international conflicts and common security and defense decisions which directly impact the work of law enforcement. Thus, notwithstanding the robustness of Europol's estimations and a clear indication that the additional requested resources constitute a bare minimum, the board acknowledges and respects the concerns expressed by the Commission about the feasibility of such requests given the strict limitations of the current multi-annual financial framework. At the same time, the Management Board has duly taken note of the additional resources proposed for Europol in the legislative initiative put forward by the Commission in relation to migrant smuggling and trafficking in human beings, which Member States are currently examining at Council Working Party level. For all those reasons, the Board has invited Europol to engage further in its dialogue with the Commission to explore the possibility of adjusting the current draft estimate without, however, jeopardizing the efficient implementation of the agency's work programme in the concerned areas, and this dialogue is taking place on these very days, and its outcome shall be subject to a follow-up decision by the Management Board at its meeting in March. In concluding on this point, distinguished members, I wish to put it bluntly, I'm afraid I cannot make a different diagnosis. Not providing Europol with sufficient resources put the EU security at stake, since weakening Europol directly affects the work of our police forces, encountering the most serious forms of crime and terrorism, which stand always ready to shatter our society and our common values. On the 31st January last, I had the honor to transmit Europol's draft multi-annual programming to you. Allow me to reiterate once again on this occasion the gratitude of the Board for the support provided by the JPSG in previous years and to express our trust that this group will continue with its current and future constituencies to support Europol in its plea for appropriate and sustainable resources. In the few minutes still at my disposal, I would like to focus on points of specific strategic and political relevance. On data protection, the Board has received regular updates on files under scrutiny by the European Data Protection Supervisor, for instance, the outcome of prior consultation opinions. In particular, the Management Board has welcomed the progress achieved in the coordination between Europol and the EDPS, so I'm looking forward to listen to the EDPS report today. The Digital Services Act has been another important recurrent topic on the Board's agenda and was also a central question during the latest Europol Police Chiefs Convention. The focus of these discussions has been Europol's initial experience with the implementation of this act concerning threat to life situations, the already encountered significant workload, and its foreseeable further increase, including new tasks arising from future cooperation perspectives with the Commission. Finally, I wish to make a brief reference to Europol's external relations, an area in which the Board exercises a regular and structured oversight. Amongst others, the Management Board discussed the results of Europol's strategic reviews of cooperation with the Western Balkans and the United Kingdom and approved new working arrangements with priority third countries. In the course of this year, Europol will set up its new external strategy, which will provide a framework for the agency's external relations from 2025 onwards. Our experts will be closely associated in this endeavour, as the Management Board expects to assess and adopt this new strategy in the coming months. As customary, distinguished members, I would like to conclude by convening on behalf of the whole Management Board a kind invitation to two JPSG representatives to join the meeting which the Belgian presidency will host in Brussels on the 18th and 19th June in the Egmont Palace in Brussels. I hope my report has provided you with sufficient insight into the work carried out by the Management Board, and I look forward to exchanging views with you and to reply to any question or request for clarification which may arise from my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. De Buyscher, for the interesting overview. also for reminding us of the beauty of Aalst, which also has a beautiful carnival, I must say. But now we will pass on the floor to my colleague, Ms. Grootehede, to chair our debate with the JPSG delegates. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Engerer. I do stand corrected. The cosmopolitan world city Aalst should never be forgotten in reminding people about Belgium. But now to the contents of our discussion. First, a few practical remarks. Before I invite the first speaker to the floor, please speak slowly and clearly. We have some interpreters in the back of the room who would like to transmit your words in a correct way. Your microphone will turn on automatically when the floor is yours. No need to push the button at that point. In fact, it will make you lose the speaking time. Please be reminded to keep your questions at a maximum of 2 minutes. We will try, if there is a sudden afflux of questions, to even have to limit that speaking time, but at the moment there's no need for that. We do invite you to take up your role at this moment in interrogating and controlling the Europol esteemed people who are here at the front. And please, delegates, if you would be so kind, clearly indicate if your questions are directed at either Ms. De Bolle, Mr. De Buysser, or to both. We've noticed during previous meetings that people tend to address their questions to Ms. De Bolle because she is, of course, the face of Europol in many instances. But Mr. De Buysser, in the capacity of chairperson of the management board, can provide useful information. So if you have a specific question to Ms. De Bolle, feel free to specify that. If your question is not addressed at a specific person, you can also give the choice to the people in front as to who will respond to your question. Ms. De Bolle and Mr. De Buysser, may I urge you to be as succinct as possible with your answers and to limit your answers to a maximum of 2 minutes for the two of you combined. Now, let me invite the first speaker. This is a delegate of the Belgian Parliament, Nadia Sminati.
Wel, voorzitter, goedemorgen. 3 topics die ik graag wil bevragen. Een eerste over de drugstrafieken, wat toch wel een van de grootste dreigingen op vlak van veiligheid is. U zei dat er meer en meer geweld vast te stellen is en dat veroorzaakt natuurlijk een groot gevoel van onveiligheid bij onze inwoners. Om deze situatie goed te kunnen begrijpen en aanpakken, is het natuurlijk belangrijk om alle aspecten van dat fenomeen te begrijpen. Dus mevrouw De Bolle, ik wil graag aan u vragen om dieper in te gaan op de nieuwe trends en uiteraard de reactie van Europol hierop. Een tweede topic gaat de trend van geweld, gelinkt aan criminele activiteiten. Hierover wil ik graag weten.
So I would like to know which is the role, in fact, of all the youngsters in those criminal networks. And then there is a third question.
Van EU-criminele netwerken. Een belangrijke oefening heb ik begrepen waar jullie mee bezig zijn. Ik had graag van u willen weten of u hierover meer informatie kan geven. Onder andere uiteraard de tijdslijn, welke landen zijn hierbij betrokken enzovoort. Dank u wel.
Thank you, Ms. Minate. I have been informed that there is a session. We are working to put this in order as soon as possible. Please, Ms. De Bolle and Mr. De Buysser, feel free to answer the question.
Thank you for your question. Indeed, drugs trafficking is a key issue in the European Union. We also see the increased usage of violence, also by youngsters, very young people using violence and are used by criminal gangs to commit contract killings. Contract killings by youngsters are even more unpredictable than by elder people. We also see in the Union that the usage of youngsters within their criminal activities, and we have proof for that now in the latest intelligence notifications we distributed. Whole families are living by the incomes provided by the young people as a part of the criminal groups because they don't have anything else to live from. So this is a very worrying trend. We see that 1/3 of the criminal groups in the European Union are involved in drugs trafficking. More than 40% of these are involved in polydrug trafficking activities. And the production of drugs by criminal networks in the EU continues to be a concern, specifically for cannabis and synthetic drugs. We see that the European Union is a destination country, a destination continent, a transit continent, but also a production continent. In the European Union, we are strong in the production of synthetic drugs. So corruption and criminal infiltration are key enablers for drugs trafficking. We did set up at Europol in 2020 the Economic and Financial Crime Unit because we believe it's very important to go after the money from the criminal gangs. We also have a dedicated team related to corruption, and we see that we receive more and more requests from the member states to support them in the corruption investigations. Our dedicated response is first of all, we need to have good insights. What is going on in how are criminal groups organized? We have to understand their way of working. Second, we need to reach out to third countries that are relevant because there are still third countries that are considered as safe havens for drug traffickers and for the so-called heads of the criminal organizations. We have increasing level of arrests and seizures via our operational task force approach. So together with the member states, experts from Europol come together. They develop a concrete action plan to tackle several groups, and we go after the high-value targets. The high-value targets are not only those who are heading the criminal organization, but the hard-value targets are also those who have a special expertise, for instance, specialized money launderers. We were able to arrest a specialized money launderer, for instance, in Athens recently. Improving the picture improves our capability to address this form of criminal entrepreneurship. How we want to contribute to a more adequate response is indeed by the mapping exercise. And because we need a good picture on what is going on in the European Union. We are now in the process of gathering the information, analyzing the information we get from not only the member states, but from the third countries. And the aim is to have a good overview on the European level, which gangs with nationalities are most represented in the serious and organized crime landscape, so that we can more focus our operational approach towards these gangs. If we will have that picture, we will be able to adapt again our operational response. We try to identify the most threatening criminal networks active in the EU or impacting the EU. We assess and identify the threats. We prepare by identifying the key areas to target to disrupt these networks. We have now contributions from 17 third countries and all the European member states, and we have already a list of more than 800 criminal groups active in the European Union, and the final report will be launched in Q2 2024. It's an initiative from the Belgian police together with Europol during the Belgian presidency. Thank you.
Thank you for answering the question. The next person who has requested the floor is Mr. Imre Veke of Hungary.
Thank you very much, distinguished Director and distinguished Mr. Bijzer. Europol now plays an indispensable role in law enforcement cooperation between member states. The exchange of operational information can take place on the basis of a stable legal framework through a secure communication channel based on a high level of mutual trust. And this brings significant added value for the development of the internal security in the member states and Europe as a whole. The additional capacities built up over the last period and the strengthened mandate will contribute significantly to building on a solid basis of common interest in law enforcement. In the period under review, the prime areas are fraud, including online fraud, illegal migration, drug trafficking, trafficking in human beings, cybercrime, money laundering, and crime against property. Well, the question is as follows. Do we see it well that the most important goal to be achieved in the coming years is to make Europol the EU's information hub? And if so, then you can count on Hungary, its support, because we will support the enforcement of concrete measures and actions of Europol. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this question and this support. Yes, it is the aim of Europol to become the EU criminal information hub. Europol is a support office. Member states work together on a voluntary basis with Europol. Trust is a key issue and an area, also data protection and respect for human lives. So we see that this trust is existing in the European Union. We see this because we have an increase of information exchange on a yearly basis. When we look at 2020, for instance, the level of the messages exchanged was 1.26 million, and now in 2023, we were almost at 1.8 million messages shared with Europol. We also see that member states consider us more and more as part of the internal security strategy. And what we want to offer is a solution for a member state. So that is why we invest in innovation to make sure that when member states are confronted with a specific need, we look, is there existing already a solution at European level, or do we have to build a solution and work on a solution together with the member states? And also to this approach, operational task forces and high-value targets, because all the crime areas you mentioned, fraud, illegal migration, THB, cyber, property crime, it's very important that when we look at a criminal group or a criminal network, that we try to tackle them from the different areas. So we always bring specialized people from the different environments together. In the operational task forces, you have the key people fighting crime, but you also have the key people that look after the money. You also have the people that look at the cyber aspect of crime. You also have the people that look at the different kinds of crime areas where the criminal group is involved in. The new Europol strategy also foresees that delivering security in partnership is a key area. So we also look together with member states and with the management board with which continents do we need a stronger cooperation, for instance, Latin American countries when we talk about cocaine, the private sector when we talk about the Harbour Initiative to make sure that the relevant information they have is also arriving at national level or at European level. We also believe that the implementation of interoperability will help us even more to connect and to collect information on a European soil, and that the communication, it will strengthen the communication in between the different member states. But Europol is a support office. It's on a voluntary basis. Europol has a very limited mandate, so we always have to stick to the legal framework, but we see that there is an increase of cooperation, and we want to make use of the information to serve member states even better. Thank you.
Next question is coming from the European Parliament. Colleague Maria Teresa Zortundua is asking for the floor. Afterwards, Mr. De Bolle and Mr. De Buijzer will answer the question.
Merci, Madame la
and Mrs. de Boer. I'd like to pay tribute to the two civil guards who were murdered in Habitat in February, and those two who were injured following the lethal attack in the port of Cadiz. Those deceased were officers taking part in an anti-drug operation. They were on board a small digicraft, were attacked by a bigger ship, 14-meter long, bigger ship. This incident happened while our law enforcement forces have been crying for additional resources following on the dismantling of a former structure made up of 130 law enforcers specialized in fight against drug trafficking, money laundering. In this Joint Scrutiny Group, we're talking about firearms trafficking, but our law enforcers are confronted to the increasingly strong mafia groups. The latest report regarding migrant smuggling also points out increased violence against our police forces. It is proved that the level of violence linked to those criminal networks is on the increase as well. Mrs. de Boer, I'm asking for the next report to assess the pressure brought to bear on our police forces, the increased violence they have to bear the brunt of because mafia and criminal organizations are really on the rise in the Mediterranean area. The multidisciplinary platform against crime could maybe make a contribution to have data regarding the increase of crime in the southern coast of Spain. Have you asked to the Spanish government additional resources to strengthen protection of our police forces? Thank you very much for answering my written request regarding the use of AI by criminals and the threat looming over our activities and our populations because of misuse of AI. I know that Europol is concerned about those matters. Thank you very much for your answers.
Speakers, that there is a maximum of 2 minutes. I will be more strict henceforth.
So, thank you for your question. I did contact the Director General of the Guardia Civil, offering in the name of the whole of the law enforcement community our condolences. And we also offered our support, of course, to the fight against drugs trafficking in Spain and all the other crime areas. We have already a very close cooperation with the Policía Nacional and with the Guardia Civil in Spain. And as you mentioned, the violence against and the pressure on police officers is an increasing issue. We are taking this up in the mapping. So the mapping that will be presented, as I explained to Madame Sminate, will be made public in the second half, in Q2 of this year. It's based on a questionnaire we did send out to the different law enforcement agencies in the European Union. We received their answer, and there is also a dedicated area provided for the violence used against police officers. It is true that, as Mr. De Boischer, the chair of the management board and very active on national level, mentioned already, on national and European level, resources for policing are always an issue. In some areas, we really have the feeling that we have to fight organized crime with very limited resources. They have no borders, they have a lot of money, they have no laws, they have nothing to respect, and they have no respect for life, nor fundamental rights, no data protection. So it makes them very powerful. And when we want to tackle them, we need to have a good view, and we need to tackle them on the right place. We see that the organized crime groups, the way we are working now and our approach to them is to make sure that we have an instabilization of the environment they are working in. They have to, for a certain period when we have a big shot, they have to reorganize themselves. And we see that the increased public shootings, bombings, kidnappings, tortures and intimidations are becoming very regular on European soil. So we really need to step up our approach. And I also believe that we really need to reach out to third countries who are very, in some areas, very welcoming, very much welcoming the heads of these criminal groups. We need the information also from their side. When we look now at disinformation, and the abuse, the criminal abuse of AI and deepfakes, it's visible for us in these disinformation activities. When we look at disinformation activities, this is not really in our mandate. It always has to be linked to a criminal activity. So we support member states in disinformation approaches when we have a criminal offense. Child sexual abuse, there we really see the increased use of AI and deepfakes. And then it depends on the national law whether or not it's considered that be a criminal offense or not. And then we also see the use of AI and online frauds, of AI and deepfakes in online frauds. We see a huge increase of online frauds. We cannot prove it at the moment, but we are still wondering if the activities are done by humans or by machines, because the increase is extremely high. So we believe, but we cannot make the distinction at the moment. Is it a fraud organized? It's always a human behind, but is it facilitated by humans or is it done really already by AI technology? Yes, so I have to stop here. But if you need more information, we always can give you some written feedback too. Thank you.
Unfortunately, my strictness will have to extend to the responders to the question as well. The next question comes from the Cyprus delegate, colleague Dimitris Dimitriou.
Mrs. De Paul, firstly, I want to express my satisfaction for the newly adopted action plan for the Eastern Mediterranean migrant route. It is expected to contribute positively to stemming the flow of illegal migration towards Cyprus. The new action plan provides for a significantly enhanced role for Europol, along with Frontex and Eurojust, by increasing active participation and information sharing of all relevant partners and coordination of their operation action plans. Furthermore, as discussed during Commissioner Johansson's recent visit to Cyprus, we need to focus even more on dismantling smuggling. It was agreed that Europol should be more involved in this effort. Therefore, at the national level, we have proceeded to set up a tripartite group with members of Europol and Interpol, of the Cyprus police, and of the Lebanese authorities, where a large part of migration flows towards Cyprus come from. Your positive efforts in these regards are recognized, Mrs. De Paul. We very much hope that these efforts can quickly bear fruit. Can you please let us know any more details about Europol's engagement in this regard? I want to ask about the proposal for a regulation enhancing the agency's support to preventing and combating such crimes and amending the current Europol regulation, which was adopted just in 2022. What new powers does it provide for Europol? Why do we need to amend the Europol regulation so soon after its adoption? Mrs. De Paul, which realities necessitate these amendments? What new obligations are foreseen for the Member States? Thank you.
Thank you. Related to the new action plan on the Eastern Mediterranean migration route, we have posted guest officers in Greece to support member states in countering the migrant smuggling on the Eastern Mediterranean route. And Europol also deploys experts to support the activities on migrant smuggling in the region as needed and as asked for. Additionally, we are strengthening our cooperation with Turkey. And finally, Europol cooperates closely with Frontex in efforts to fight migrant smuggling. In 2019, we agreed on a joint operational action plan to increase the cooperation in this area. And with the Frontex MB and Europol MB, we will have annual meetings to discuss the progress that is made and to look for further opportunities to improve cooperation. What we lack in the fight against migrant smuggling is the agreement for cooperation with the MENA countries. We don't have an operational agreement with that. We really depend on member states, law enforcement community to have information exchange with MENA countries. Related to the migrant smuggling regulation, we welcome the Commission's proposal to reinforce the capabilities in the fight. We need more emphasis on 4 aspects, we think. We need more sharing of actionable intelligence, in particular from frontline member states. We need more proactive support to enhance cooperation with third countries. Appropriate means and capabilities to make sure that our operational response, member states and Europol, is effective and efficient. And into the fight against migrant smuggling and trafficking in human beings, we need all aspects of the criminal activities. We need to focus on financial investigation, we need to focus on the logistics, and we need to focus on the digital environment. If I may, I would like to give the floor to the Management Board Chair, because there was a large discussion on that in the Management Board meeting.
Thank you, Catherine. And of course, the discussion on this proposal will take place at the level of the co-legislator, but of course the Management Board discussed already several aspects at his 2023 December meeting. And I have to say it was a very interesting discussion, but a hard discussion, a critical discussion, also with a lot of interventions from the member states. So we discussed whether, for instance, Europol's capability should necessarily entail new amendments to the Europol regulation, which had only recently undergone a significant revision. There were some questions on the fact that it's crucial, as Mrs. de Boll also said, to preserve the operational task forces as a flexible, evolving operational concept. Also the need to strengthen Europol's capacity to support member states in effectively tackling these threats. Also the consequences for Europol's resources. And in the Management Board of Europol, and also in the Law Enforcement Working Party, because you know, as a presidency, as a Belgian presidency, for us it's a very important file in that regard. We are discussing this initiative, and I think it's important also what I mentioned already in my speech, that we can also foresee what will be the consequences for Europol, what will be the consequences for the additional resources, and surely what will be the consequences on these new amendments to the Europol regulation, and what will be the consequences of that concerning Europol's capabilities and resources. Thank you.
Dear members and dear panel, from now on I will be a little more strict. If you go over the time, I will eventually take the word from you. I think that you will all appreciate that the schedule will be nicely respected. Our next speaker is from the Danish Parliament, colleague Niels Flemming Hansen.
Thank you, and thank you very much. Yes, you have a hard time today. And thank you for your overview. That was very enlightful. I would like to get back to the question on drug smuggling and drug trafficking. One of the newer problems that we see in Denmark and in the Nordic countries is opioids. And they are sold in smaller grocery stores and on high schools as a mean to help with the fear of examination. What I do understand is that the smuggling of these opioids is a little bit more random than usual drug smuggling. Can you put some words on what has happened on this issue from your point of view, and maybe also a little bit about the future in this new trafficking? I understand that especially the Western Balkans are very highly involved in this trafficking. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Indeed, the opioid market is complex and includes diverted medicines and synthetic opioids, methadone, fentanyl, and its derivatives, and new highly potent synthetic opioids have become more visible in different member states. The business models that are used by criminal groups are more sophisticated. They combine multiple sea and land routes. They use layers of companies, and they use intermediaries to orchestrate the shipments. The activity on the southern route is increasing, utilizing maritime containers and also multiple transshipment points. Should there be a heroin shortage, we might see an even more increase in synthetic opioids, as they can be easily produced in the EU, or could also be further imported from Asian countries. Synthetic opioids are cheaper. They are much more potent, with potentially devastating effects on the users, and new substances are already detected every year by the early warning mechanisms that are existing in the EU. So it is a real increase, and it is a real problem.
Thank you, El. Thank you for a very succinct question and answer. Our next speaker is from the European Parliament, colleague Saskia Brikmont. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Europol representatives and the Belgian presidency also for convening this meeting. I have a follow-up question on the TSAT report that we talked about during our last meeting, and about the revision of the methodology. Could you please tell us more about the follow-up you've been doing? And also, I've noticed that the reference to the workshop Abolish Frontex has been withdrawn, which is a good thing in my view. Could you please let us know how you are going to work on that aspect? As part of the new EU roadmap steps up the fight against drug trafficking and organized crime, which is highly preoccupating, including in Belgium. Europol is tasked with this mapping of criminal networks that pose the biggest threats to society. Can you tell us a little bit more about how this will be done, and will academic researchers and also CSOs be involved? Thirdly, do you operate similar research and analysis work with third countries partners, or based on third parties and countries' data? I have a second question on the facilitators package. The European Commission bases its claim to regulate that it cannot carry out an impact assessment for the proposal because of urgent operational needs. Can you tell us more about those needs? As the newly extended mandate came into force only recently, please explain us why existing new tools and powers do not meet such needs. Thirdly, on agreements with MENA countries, you mentioned that there's no legal basis for further exchange, but we learned through Egyptian media that Europol participated in 2023 in several conferences organized by the Arab Interior Ministers Council. Can you tell us more about the content of those meetings, and also bilateral meetings with the AIMC and Interior Minister of Arab States present? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. First, on the TSAT methodology, yes, we did take the concerns on board. So we did review our process. And the review process will involve the new guidance that we provide to member states regarding the methodology of the report. Everybody has to understand that It's not a threat assessment, it's a situational picture we give on the situation of terrorism in the European Union. So we gave this new guidance to the member states related to the methodology. Second, what is really new is that the member states heads of counterterrorism, they will receive the draft TSAT to conduct a verification of the contact and to correct the representation of the national contributions. Until now, this was not the case. And then we have the members of the TSAT Advisory Board, and we did also set up an expert group that will review the TSAT before we distribute it. For this, a dedicated note was endorsed by the member states and forwarded to all the partners. The note further proposes to deepen the analysis on the terrorist attacks, the arrests, the convictions and the penalties. The analysis of terrorism-related figures will continue to be complemented by contextual information on terrorism via questionnaires on a qualitative basis contributed by member states and by Europol's partners, and additional information may be used or requested to the partners when needed to complement and to improve the situational picture. The member states and the partners from Europol will also be invited to provide more detailed information on current or future factors that may drive changes in terrorism for the future. Then related to the mapping, we have these academic advisory groups that are not only working for cybercrime, for instance, but also we approach them to advise the methodology. The mapping will be followed up by operational actions via impact. The objectives, as I mentioned already, are to identify the most threatening criminal networks active or impacting the EU. We need to enhance through this criminal mapping our understanding of the nature and operating principle of the networks, assess and identify the threats, and prepare by identifying the key areas to target to disrupt these networks. In fact, why do we need the mapping? Europol, as mentioned, has the aim to be the criminal information hub for the EU, but we only receive data linked to concrete cases. We do not have the whole overview of what is in fact going on. So the mapping will give us, at European level, a more complete overview of what is going on the criminal landscape. Related to the conferences, also with Egypt, we are on a regular basis invited to this meeting. We evaluated that it is necessary to attend this meeting. This is done by my Deputy Executive Director of Governance, who is also in charge of external affairs. And the main issue for us is that we explain how we cooperate on police level between the 27 member states. What is Europol about? How are we founded? How are we funded? How do we exchange in a secure way the data? It's more an awareness-raising exercise than a cooperation exercise. But we are there and we listen very carefully to the communication made by the different ministers and police chiefs to understand more what is going on in the region also. And then on bilateral meetings, it depends. It's never about operational cases because it's a political level, it's a policy level, it's not an operational level. So it's more about explaining, for instance, the Digital Service Act, what can be the impact for them, data protection, how it is organized in the European Union. It's more about strategic discussions than operational discussions. Peter?
Thank you, speakers. Again, a firm but very kind reminder to keep to the time. 2 minutes for the person asking, 3 minutes for the person responding. Our next intervenient is a colleague from the French Parliament, Ms. Marietta Garamandi.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, aujourd'hui a reconnu la...
Today we have recognized the
fundamental rights as Article 52 of the revised Europol regulation, so the JPSG can indeed act in this domain. This looks to me very positive and realist. In parallel, it appears that Europol's action on day-to-day level demands exchange of information and harmonization of national legislation, and also for the organs of justice and police of the member states. And the quality of reaction and responses can vary. My question is simple. Does it lead Europol in its practice to establish varying zones of trust between member states, but even more important, with candidate states or states that are associated to Europol's activities? Is this being taken into account when assessing the maturity of those states and their readiness to access the Union? Thank you very much.
Thank you for this.
Merci de cette question.
It's in the European Union is there. That is for sure. And trust is also necessary when we cooperate with third parties. When we look at the different working and operational agreements we have operational agreements with all the Western Balkan countries. Trust can be an issue over there. We see still leaks in the press from information that has been shared with with some of the countries. So for us, it's very important that all the conditions that are foreseen in working arrangements or in operational agreements are respected also by the third countries. And together with the national authorities, we have then to take appropriate measures in discussion with the national authorities, because the national authorities have the ownership of the data. And in the end, they decide with whom we can cooperate and with whom we cannot cooperate, and with whom we can share information and with whom not. But I think the chair is better placed to give you more insights in that.
I think indeed I can only confirm what Catherine said concerning the third countries, that we have always also a data protection assessment when there are some working arrangements and agreements with the third countries. I think we take that also as a management board seriously into account. We advised also on, we have also an advisory law on the list of countries to work with, which are the prior countries to work with. I think that's also an important role for the management board. We are always discussing also the cooperation agreements and also the review of cooperations, for instance, as is now the case with the United Kingdom, where the management board was presented by Europol with a state of play regarding the information exchange and UK's participation in Analysis project, also on the Western Balkan countries. But we are always setting up priorities like was also already mentioned by Catherine, which is, for instance, on organized crime, organized drugs crime. Certainly also the Latin American countries. The management board approved also, for instance, the working arrangements with Ecuador. So I think I can confirm that this has also all the attention of the management board, and we take into account, of course, all the data protection issue and the data protection assessment when we are concluding arrangements with third countries. Thank you.
The next speaker on the list is colleague Lazaros Tsavdaridis. I invite you all to very much mispronounce my own name if I do so with yours. But please keep your questions and your answers succinct.
Dear colleagues, good morning. On behalf of the Greek delegation, we warmly thank the Belgian presidency for the invitation. I would like to raise an issue that runs through all the issues that Europol deals with, the theme of research and innovation. According to the amended Article 51 of Europol's new mandate, Europol shall transmit to the JPSG annual information about the number of research and innovation projects undertaken, including information on the purposes of those projects, the categories of personal data processed, the additional safeguards used, including data minimization, the law enforcement needs those projects seek to address, and the outcome of those projects. Would Europol be able to provide such information, and when? Could you provide specific information concerning the work of Europol's Innovation Lab? In particular, could you provide concrete examples of the innovation and technologies that have been, are being, and or are expected to be developed for law enforcement purposes in order to assist member states?
Thank you. Indeed, the amended regulation gives Europol the legal basis for research and innovation project, and thanks to this new legal framework, we are able to explore new approaches and develop common technological solutions. Our new mandate allows us to work in a fully isolated and secure data environment to develop the new tools within the Innovation Lab. And the research and innovation projects will be rolled out in consultation with the Management Board, the DPO officer's function, the Fundamental Rights Officer, and everything under the supervision of the European Data Protection Supervisor. We have already created a Europol tool repository that allows EU member states to share tools that they develop with other national law enforcement agencies. And we believe that sharing and co-creation is the way forward because it saves resources and it avoids duplication, and there will be more standardization. Last week, on Friday, we did send out this report with all the information that has been foreseen in the new legal framework. And we also have the so-called Innovation Clearing Board, where all the member states are represented and decide, in fact, on the way forward for the innovative solutions and research and development in Europol. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question is from the Finnish colleague, Sofia Virta.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentation and, of course, for the important work you do at Europol. I'm deeply concerned, and I'm pretty sure we all are, about children who are victims of human trafficking or immigrant smuggling. Together we have to do all we can to stop it. I'm worried we will see it also in our eastern border in Finland, where we have a very complicated and difficult situation with Russia. I would like to ask how widespread Europol estimates child trafficking to be in Europe, and what measures are being taken to prevent, identify, and stop child trafficking.
Related to child trafficking, for instance, with the war in Ukraine, we are in contact, of course, with the Ukrainian law enforcement community and the competent authorities when we talk about the abducted children. On European level and for Europol, we don't have an overview because we have not a lot of information that is shared related to this crime area by the member states.
Next question comes from the Polish colleague Ujazdowski.
Bonjour à tous. Je voudrais poser la question à Madame Directeur Debol concernant les plus précises.
Thank you very much. I have questions to ask to Mrs. de Bolle about Europol's activities in the framework of the Ukraine-Russia war. What is your opinion about these new forms of criminal activity and its dangerous consequences for Europe? do you imagine new forms of cooperation between Europol and national police services? I would like to know more about it, which is, I think, a major issue for Europe's security.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for the question. We have Ukrainian liaison officers in the headquarters. We had already one before the war. We have now two. We have regular meetings with operational law enforcement people from Ukraine related to different crime areas. We deployed also around 20 guest officers in the neighboring countries of Ukraine to support the neighboring countries with cross-checking at the borders, the secondary security threat. We foresee training for the European law enforcement community, and we continue to monitor different areas related to human trafficking, terrorist travelers, online fraud schemes, hybrid threats, excise fraud, and document fraud. I must say that we respect a lot the work of the Ukrainian law enforcement community. When I visited the law enforcement officers in Ukraine lately, 25% of the police officers are in the battlefield, so they have to work with 75% of the staff. We see that the police work is continuing because the police has a lot of investigations related into trafficking of illegal firearms. We also receive the data from the Ukrainian police officers related to firearms. We receive the data on seized arms and we receive data on illegal arms. We also discussed with the Ukrainian authorities the legislative needs in that area, and they changed the law. We also support the investigations into war crimes with the JIT we are part of. And we have open source intelligence that we combine with real intelligence from the Ukrainian authorities. We organized hackathons on trafficking in human beings, and we have a specific Operation Oscar related to financial and economic crime, and to see how we can investigate money laundering and organize the asset tracing in relation to the assets of the Russian oligarchs. For Ukraine, related to war crimes, related to intelligence, we need at Europol to be effective and efficient in our support. We need, of course, the information exchange from the national authorities in the European Union, from the police forces in the European Union. There are, at the moment, not so many cases at European level we support related to trafficking in human beings. But we have already information, for instance, that Russian-speaking organized crime groups that were before the war active in Ukraine are displacing their activities into the borders of the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent timekeeping in the last questions. The next questions comes from the Portuguese colleague Claudia Santos. I have seen that there is a member introducing a second question. Of course, this goes for everybody present in the meeting. Follow-up questions or other questions are welcome.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I have a question to Mrs. de Boer. We are aware that drug trafficking-related issues are on a sharp increase across the European continent. This is also valid for drug-related violence. We need more repression. We need more sanctions against drug traffickers, but we want a sanitary or health-related response for drug users. 25 years ago in Portugal, we decided not to see drug users as criminals, and we have decriminalized drug use. We invested in health-related support measures for users. Here is my question. Do you believe that a health-related response beyond the fact that it's real a basic human right, because healthcare is a human right. Do you think that such a response can be useful to combat drug trafficking and associated violence? Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for your remarks and for your question. Europol is the criminal police office, so we support criminal investigations. But of course, we believe in the multidisciplinary integral approach. We really believe that there needs to be more investment in prevention, and also more efforts need to be done when we discover youngsters that are involved already in the criminal groups that are responsible for the drugs trafficking and everything in the European Union. We believe that with the drugs agency EMCDDA, there is a big tasking related to prevention, and we should really reflect on it. How can we give a sense to life of youngsters in the European Union so that it shows other ways than being part of a criminal group? How can we make sure that they also can earn money in legal ways? We also believe that the approach with the healthcare system, with the schooling system, with the social community need to be strengthened, and that we need to tackle this issue from all the different angles and not only from repression. I think that is my answer, that a global answer is needed, but from a national perspective, I would like to give the floor to Peter.
Well, I just want to add, it's always been very important, and on a national and on a European level. I just want to add on what Mrs. De Bolle said, that you know this health-related response, which is always very important in a multidisciplinary approach, is also part on the EU roadmap on organized crime, based on the declaration on the Commission on Organized Drugs Crime, the communication from the Commission. You know that there are several action plans in the EU roadmap for organized crime, and I think this health-related issue and the involvement of the public authorities busy with public health plays also a very important role in those defined objectives in the EU roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is from Romania, Cristinel Gabriel Berea. Colleague, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I will try to not be a politician and to be very short. Ms. De Bolle, you told us in your speech about migrant smuggling routes across Europe. Can you please tell us more about that topic? Eventually, which are those routes, in which countries that it passed? Thanks.
You. The secondary movements remain multi-directional in the European Union, and they occur via land, air, and they are facilitated by fraudulent documents. The Balkan and the Mediterranean routes remain the important transit routes for smugglers transporting migrants from the Middle East, Asia, and Africa. The central Mediterranean route is the route that is today most used. The use of small boats towards the UK is still a very important route, but we see a decrease of small boats between 2022 and 2023. In the fight against migrant smuggling, we need to go after the networks behind. Documentary fraud and visa fraud is very important in that crime area, and we need to ensure systematic financial investigations. At the borders of Europe, since the attacks in 2015 and 2016, guest officers from Europol are deployed in some hotspots to make secondary security checks with specific objectives to enhance the security at the external borders and to identify terrorist and criminal threats at the borders of the EU. Europol is not involved in patrolling exercises, and activities at the border, and we are not involved in incident response at the external borders. We only have this secondary security checks on the request of the member state itself. Secondary movements, we have a relatively good view on that within the European borders, because there is a lot of information exchanged to that. To have a good view on the external movements outside of the European Union, it's much more difficult because we do not have a lot of information exchange, as I mentioned already, with a lot of areas worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is from Hungary. Colleague Barkosi has the floor.
Thank you very much for the floor, Madam Chair. Well, my question is addressed to Madame de Boll. In your introduction, you were talking about a database relating to child trafficking and child abuse and sexual exploitation of children. Well, a Hungarian MEP, Madame Klára Dobrev, initiated with the European Commission that in addition to pedophile, the assistance of pedophiles should also be considered as a European crime. It means that not only pedophile, that people aiding, abetting pedophile should also be punished in a severe manner. So I think that a child protection program is necessary at the European level. The question is this. Does the Europol think about extending this database and this alarm system to people who are assisting in pedophile crimes? Thank you.
So we have in Europol a dedicated analytical platform, AP Twins, to fight to support member states in the cases related to child sexual abuse of children. We support that. We have now EU Cares, and I think that is a very important step. We developed the tool so that we can update member states every 2 hours of the cases linked to child sexual abuse online on cases that are important for their territory. Before we did it only once a week. So I think this is a very important step we take. We support it in the AP Twins in 2023, 112 big operations. And the number of operational reports, so reports that we sent to the relevant member states, was about 1,948. The accepted contributions, 2,496. We still have very much a lot of limitations in the area of child sexual abuse. We only process 27% or 28% of the data we receive. The law, and your question is more a question for the national authorities. It's national law, and it's up to the national authorities and then the national legislator to see if they will develop such a law and if they will implement a law. But I think also from a member state perspective, the chair can extend on that.
Well, I can only confirm what you say. It's a question of national law, and of course it's a responsibility for the national judicial authorities in that regard. You know that Europol is a member state-driven organization. That means it can only give support to the member states when they ask this kind of support, and of course when their national law is also respected. So I think this is indeed an idea that should be reflected on by the national judicial authorities in that regard. On child sexual abuse, I also want to confirm, which is quite important, I think that Europol has also, you know, I'm also the Interpol Vice President for Europe, so I have to mention Interpol at least once during such a meeting, but that Europol has also direct access to the Interpol database on child sexual exploitation, which is also a very important issue. But as said by Catherine, this is indeed a question for the national legislative authorities. Thank you.
The next person on the list asking a follow-up question is a colleague from the European Parliament, Saskia Bricmont. I would like to add that after the following question and answer, requests from the floor will be closed, so if you still want to ask a question, do hurry.
Thank you very much for your previous answers. I have a follow-up question related to the lack of impact assessment on the facilitators package. We'll certainly address the Commissioner later on, but as this is a widely shared preoccupation for both Member States and the European Parliament, that there might be a lack of evidence that such a regulation is needed, I think an impact assessment is really key. Also, in the sense that the better regulate intention of the Commission is met. The European Parliament decided to launch its own impact assessment. I would really much appreciate your view on this urgent operational need that the Commission uses to justify the lack of impact assessment. What's your view on this? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question, but I am only the director of Europol. I do not have any impact on the legislative developments, but I can refer to the chair of the management board. It has been discussed in that one.
Yes, and I can also inform you about that on the state of play in the Law Enforcement Working Party, because it's now discussed under Belgian presidency in the Law Enforcement Working Party. And indeed, there were a lot of member states who asked to the Commission to have a more comprehensive, detailed impact assessment on the migrant smuggling package. So, of course, as a chair, we are an honest broker. So we tried also to take into account the questions from several member states, a majority of the member states, who said that, yeah, this legislative initiative has a lot of impact. And for such an impact, it was a little bit worrying that the member states lacked a really deepened impact assessment in that regard. So we discussed this also with the Commission, of course, as also chair of the LEVP and from our Belgian presidency side. And the Commission told us that they would realize such a sort of impact assessment by the month of April. So that's the state of play in the Law Enforcement Working Party now. But indeed, this was a real important question from several member states, this lack of impact assessment.
Next question coming from Polish colleague Walesa. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Madam de Bolle, in the beginning, in your introductory remarks, you mentioned interoperability, which fits quite nicely into the main principle of the operation, to become information hub of all the agencies. But my main problem is the fact that the collecting of the information is no longer a problem. It's proceeding from collection to connecting the information. That's the main problem. So my question would be, how do you perceive it as an obstacle in your work? Because, like I said, moving from collecting to connecting of information would be the main obstacle in your work. You also mentioned the fact that because of all these new tasks, there's a need for additional resources. And whenever I hear this term, additional resources, my hand goes straight for my wallet. So my question is, how does it translate into additional costs that would be required to accomplish these new tasks? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we really want to become the criminal information hub for the member states that share information with us. Interoperability will be a key environment to exchange and to link the different data that is already available and to make sure that the right person has the right access at the moment in time when he needs the access to this data to prevent crime. We have in our new legal framework new rules about processing of large data sets. It's the so-called Article 18, which is very important for us to know, and also for the member states, what is the data we can receive and how do we have to process the data. In the future, I believe that the Digital Services Act and the AI Act will be key for the national authorities and also for the European level to process the mass of data we are confronted with. Of course, what we really need is a good legal environment to be sure that what we do it in the right way. And we have a close cooperation and we are under supervision on the ETPS. So it will be a new way of working that needs to be introduced in the future. When we talk about additional resources, in fact, when there is new legislation with new expectations towards the agency, we need to calculate the impact it will have on our work at Europol. For instance, when we talk about the Digital Services Act, we didn't think that it would have had such an impact on the work of Europol. But we receive now threat to life notifications from the service online providers. So this is the expectations. The expectation for Europol is that we have an immediate response. So we needed to set up in our Internet Referral Unit a 24/7 response team within the existing resources. And we also need to look for the right country to share the information with, because in the end you have the police officers on the street who will have to go to the house when the possible threat to life is maybe becoming to be materialized. And we did not receive additional resources for that because Europol was foreseen only in the second line. First, the service online providers should contact each member state when a threat to life issue is occurring. But what we see that they immediately go to Europol and we have to do the dispatching. It's because it's easier for service online providers to have one way to come to Europe and not 27 ways. But we did not calculate that, so we do not have the resources. And there are other areas in which we need additional resources. So our demand is, when there is a new task, please do calculate the impact on the resources, because otherwise we will really need to discuss about what are our legal obligations. And if we do not receive supplementary resources, we will have to reduce our operational services. And that would be detrimental in the fight against serious and organized crime. Thank you.
Next speaker on the list is from the Maltese National Parliament, colleague Mikhail Farrugia.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the floor. It is being noticed that criminals are resorting to the dark web combined with the use of cryptocurrency, especially in the importation by post, even from outside the EU, of armaments, drugs, bombs, and other criminal activities. Does Europol has the capabilities or plan to have such capabilities to trace and coordinate the fight, even through intelligence or sharing of such intelligence, against such crime in the use of the dark web? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. We indeed invest a lot. We have a dark web team that is monitoring and supporting member states in the dark web investigations. We have issues, of course, related to cryptocurrencies, how to trace the money, how to identify the people behind the money flows. We have now the increase of 3D weapons, also sold via the dark web. In the Europol Cybercrime Center, we offer on-the-spot support and remote support, technical and forensic support. We did set up a forensic support unit on the request of the different member states to invest in those areas where member states have difficulties to invest in. So we launched the Europol malware analysis solution. It's a very flexible tool to analyze malware samples. But for that, we need to receive, of course, the samples. And we see in a lot of cases that related to ransomware, we do not receive the samples. So that is hindering then our operational support and also the fact that we can help and prevent attacks in other member states. We also created an international ransomware response model to address this threat at the operational level and at the tactical level. We have our campaign No More Ransom, where citizens can download for free decryption tools that they can use when their communication is encrypted by criminals and taken over by criminals. We have, for this No More Ransom campaign, 190 partners that give us the tools for free. And we have the Joint Cybercrime Action Task Force, which is a very important one because in that one you have the specialized people from all the member states, and in that area it's a member state driven and organized setup task force. They work together 24/7 and they detect in fact what is ongoing in a member state and put the lessons out of it to use it immediately in other member states. We have a lot of trainings we do foresee. Related to crypto tracing, we train the member state experts in this area, and we even train at the moment the United States because we are more developed than the United States in the crypto tracing at the moment. Thank you.
And now we have come to our last speaker. I kindly invite from the Dutch National Parliament colleague Songül Mutluer to take the floor.
Thank you very much. Ik zou graag mijn vraag willen richten tot mevrouw De Bolle. En het gaat om het feit dat we zien dat als het gaat om de ondermijnende criminaliteit, er een grote verschuiving is van de offline wereld naar de online wereld. En dat we er niet goed in staat zijn om daar een halt toe te roepen. Denk bijvoorbeeld aan...
I think that there are a certain number of platforms like Telecom that are being used, or sometimes they are being abused by criminals for exploitation, for human trafficking and for drugs traffic, and that is really one of the most important worries that we have. So we would like to know to what extent Europol is going to be able to exchange some information in this respect, because this is a major problem, a problem that we really need to do something about commonly.
Indeed, what you say, it's a big issue. It's a topic of the European Police Chief Convention. It's about digital policing. How do we organize ourselves in the digital environment? We have our work on dark web. We have online open source intelligence. We have the Digital Services Act. We have the Terrorist Content Online. We really believe that the Artificial Intelligence Act will also be very important. As law enforcement community, we really believe in encryption, and we really believe in the private communication, and we need to do everything to make sure that that is not hindered. What we see more and more is that criminal groups, they make abuse of the encrypted environment. And they organize, in fact, their activities in the digital environment. So that is why we need to find all the time solutions how to disrupt these criminal activities also in the digital environment, and we have to make sure that we do not create a safe haven in the digital environment. I think that that is the big issue for the future. We are grateful to the initiative of the Swedish presidency, who did set up a high-level working group. Normally, they will deliver their first report in March on the digital environment law enforcement and justice have to work in. What about data retention? What about access to data? what are the challenges for the future and what are possible ways forward for the future. It has to be discussed on the political level, but we need, in the physical world, we have our legal regime. We also need a legal regime, of course, for the digital environment, in which one we have the certainty that law enforcement and justice authorities can continue to do their job, because at the moment it's becoming more and more difficult on a daily basis. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers list for the first scrutiny session. I will pass the floor back to co-chair Mr. Engerer to conclude the debate.
Thank you, Ms. Grothede. Dear colleagues, thank you for the interesting questions, and Ms. De Bolle and Mr. De Buischer, thank you for your answers. I must admit that I was tempted to remove my co-chair hat as well, because I myself have a question, but I'll refrain from doing so, and I'll send it by in written question, and it would be answered in the next meeting, I believe, and it regards the assassination of the Maltese journalist Daphne Caruana Galizia. Thank you so much to Europol for all the work that you have done in assisting the Maltese police force. However, in a court case in November, it came out that, at least in the court, it came out that the 4 people who were from Europol taking care of this as experts, unfortunately, according to the courts, did not do their task when it came to analyzing the data that was taken out of the devices and phones. But I know that they have a different view. I hope that there is an investigation about this within Europol in order for the truth to come out. We will now move to the next item on our agenda. So thank you very much for your comments and questions. But first of all, let's take a very short break to allow the next speakers to come to the podium. We should be restarting in 2 minutes, but we agreed to give a 5-minute break. In the meantime, I welcome Mr. Wiewiorowski and Mr. Ebner from the European Data Protection Supervisors on matters relating to the JPSG to take your seat at the podium. Thank you. So, quick 5-minute break. We will resume exactly at 11:35.
Dear colleagues, we will continue with the next item on our agenda, which is Data Protection Supervisor. We will begin with a presentation from Mr. Wiewiórowski, European Data Protection Supervisor, and of course a reaction by Mr. Jürgen Ebner, Deputy Executive Director of Europol, in charge of the Governance Directorate. So a warm welcome to the both of you. Mr. Wiewiórowski will report on the state of data protection issues concerning Europol, and Mr. Ebner will then present Europol's reaction to this report. They both will have up to 10 minutes for their presentations before we open the floor to the questions from JPSG delegates. As during the previous session, delegates wishing to intervene are kindly requested to press the button on the microphone once to request the floor. So only push the button once. This session will also take the form of a ping-pong debate, as we just did. So the list of speakers will be drawn up as follows: 2 members of national parliaments and 1 member of the European Parliament. Mr. Wiewiórowski, the floor is now yours for up to 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, distinguished members of the European Parliament, members of the national parliaments, Madam Co-Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, and Madam Executive Director, Mr. Chairman of the Management Board of Europol. I'm very happy that Belgian presidency decided to organize this meeting of the group in the most beautiful city in Belgium, at least my favorite one. Maybe that's because it's quite similar to my hometown, Gdansk, in northern Poland. During the last 5 months, the supervisory activities regarding Europol done by the European Data Protection Supervisor were focused on 3 main topics: the processing of biometric data, including facial recognition, on the new working methods entailing the member states' law enforcement authorities can access Europol systems and carry out jointly with Europol operational analysis and vice versa. And finally, the progressing inspection and investigation activities of the European Data Protection Supervisor. Just for those participants of the group who are for the first time at this meeting, I'd like to remind that the European Data Protection Supervisor is an independent data protection supervisory authority of the EU institutions, bodies, and agencies, including Europol as one of them. I would like to build my intervention today around these 3 main issues that I mentioned in the beginning. First, the processing of biometric data. We have observed this last 6 months a trend of substantial expansion of processing of biometric data, which is paving the way for an increased use of facial recognition tools. In this regard, we have advised Europol on the update of the portfolio of analysis projects that streamline the processing of biometric data and on the use of face recognition solutions. As part of our role as the advisor of the European Union legislator, we have also issued a legislative opinion on a recent proposal for the regulation on enhancing police cooperation in relation to prevention, detection, and investigation of migrant smuggling and trafficking of human beings, which I invite you all to read. This trend is also observed in other legislative initiatives and affects not only the work of Europol, but the work of the national law enforcement authorities as well. For instance, the Prim 2 proposal laying down the conditions and procedures for an automated searching of DNA profiles and facial images in the national databases of the member states of Europe and of Europol raise several fundamental rights and data protection concerns. which means that this is the wonderful thing to discuss at this group, which joins the supervisory approach from the European level and supervisory approach on the national level. In light of this anticipated increase of processing of biometric data, in my opinions, I underline the main legal requirements which the co-legislator and Europol should adhere to when providing for or processing biometric data. First of all, EU law, the regulation on the protection of for EU institutions, agencies and bodies, considers processing biometric data for the purpose of uniquely identifying a natural person as a special category of personal data. Additionally, there are specific conditions laid down in Article 30, paragraph 2 of Europol regulation. In particular, processing of the biometric data is allowed only where strictly necessary and proportionate for the purpose of research and innovation projects, and for operational purposes within Europol objectives, and only for preventing or combating the crime that falls within Europol's objectives. In my opinion, I reminded of recent case law of the Court of Justice, which stresses that the requirement of strict necessity should be interpreted as, first of all, establishing strengthened condition for lawful processing of sensitive data, then requiring a particular rigorous assessment of its necessity, and finally, particularly strict checking as to whether the principles of data minimization is observed. Another important issue that has to be tackled when processing biometric data is what control measures would be applied as regards the quality of data is concerned. While EDPS understands that the data from the places like crime scenes or similar settings cannot always be of high quality, there needs to be standard minimum quality, especially when the artificial intelligence tools are being used or are being planned to be used towards such a resource. In light of above, when assessing Europol's face recognition solutions, I have requested the agency to specify the categories of individuals for whom the recognition will be used for operational analysis, implement a pilot approach in handling facial images which will allow for evidence-driven decision-making, and finally provide further evidence on accuracy of the algorithm on the minors under 12 years old before subjecting these minors to facial recognition systems. Second point of the presentation, I would like to focus on today's concerns to the new working methods between Europol and national authorities. Here I would like to inform you on another general trend identified in recent years where Europol and national law enforcement authorities conduct jointly operational analysis by allowing access to each other's systems and tools. Well, the examples of this approach are the Europol access to national IT environments for specific investigations, the joint operational analysis concept, which enables member states to allow other member states to directly access the information they provide to Europol for the purpose of conducting joint operational analysis, and most recently, the setting up of the operational task forces and Europol deployment for operational support in relation to investigation of migrant smuggling and trafficking in human beings. All these new working methods might have possible implication in terms of allocating the data protection responsibilities between Europol and the national law enforcement authorities, and can pose new challenges for the supervision, as more than one supervisory authority is involved in such an action. So more and more often we have to organize also the supervision together with our national friends from the supervisory authorities, because we have to look at that from the European perspective, why they do it from the national perspective. I'm analyzing possible effects of these new working methods in the pending investigation, regarding Europol access to national and international information systems, which I launched pursuant to the finding of the previous Europol inspections. And finally, thirdly and lastly, I would like to give you an update regarding our recent inspection activities. Europol annual inspection took place at Europol headquarters on 2nd and 3rd of October 2023, and inspection focused on Europol processing of the passenger name record, PNR data, Europol's access to visa information system, and data subject categorization, and finally, the implementation of the technical controls and the safeguards under Europol action plans, a plan in response to European Data Protection Supervisor's admonishment over the processing of the large data sets. We are currently at the stage of drafting the inspection report, and we aim to share it with Europol by the end of March this year. I remain at your disposal to answer any question or explain any activities from the supervisory authority. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wiewiorowski. Mr. Ebner, would you like to take the floor to react to the contributions by the European Data Protection Supervisor? If so, the floor is yours for up to 10 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Distinguished members of the national parliaments and the European Parliament, Mrs. Rothede, Mr. Metsu, and Mr. Enger. I would like to make a quick reference to what was said by our Executive Director this morning, where she was referring to the fact that Europol is developing more and more into an operational support agency. And this is self-explanatory as we process then operational related data and as we help the law enforcement member states to analyze the respective data, that there's also an increased need to pay attention to data protection matters and, of course, to have a very close cooperation with the EDPS in full respect of his role as being the supervisor. So he's putting forward the questions, he's making inspection, the inquiries, and we try to answer them to best what we can. This happens on different areas. Just to mention also what was mentioned this morning, the project on Percy with the Terrorist Content Online Regulation. The Digital Service Act will be something where we have to have a look at. We are currently in the consultation with the EDPS on the ETIAS, which is an important tool when it comes to implementing the interoperability agenda. But I think it's also fair enough to say that it's really the day-to-day business of Europol that shows how seriously we take the data protection-related matters and the requests. To give you there some figures, since 2017, we had received more than 2,700 so-called data subject access requests. So were citizens of the EU asking Europol, do you hold data on me? And we are proud to say that we have in this 2,700 cases only until now 11 complaints. So this is 0.5%, which is still, of course, something to say, well, that is maybe still too much, but it shows they really take it serious. And on these complaints, of course, that also we try to address them as best as we can. To give a bit more update, also referring to what was said by Wojciech Wiewiorowski on the inspections. Also there to give you a figure, since 2017, we had received from the EDPS 166 recommendations. And the Executive Director mentioned this morning that there are now 21 pending, so we have an implementation rate of 87%. Well, we try to do our best in order to address, of course, all of this. Major progress was made in the data retention archiving policies. We also made major progress in the development of the new forensic environment, which is an important forensic tool, and all of this in close cooperation with the EDPS. Second element I would like to refer to is about, which also was mentioned in the last point of the EDPS on investigations and also inquiries, which shows that also from our perspective it's fair to say that the cooperation with the EDPS further enhanced. In that term, for example, that now the EDPS consults Europol first with a so-called preliminary assessment before, let's say, making the final decision on this, which gives us, of course, a chance to react in advance and also maybe to clarify if there are misunderstandings. So that is a perfect example on a good cooperation with him, and this is a clear achievement, and also thanks to Wojciech and his team to make this possible. On the other hand side, let's say when we look into the inquiries, and this is related to the so-called Article 39, which is the so-called prior consultation, we see there, however, also some other areas of improvements. Just to give you an example, we had received now in February the results of the inquiry, which was on automated entity extraction, with the use of rsync, so accessing the national databases, and of course the access to the national databases as such. To show you a bit there the timelines, the first inspection indicates that there might be some shortcomings in the Article 39 from 2021. It was then included in the 2022 inspection report. The inquiry was launched in February 2023, and we are now in 2024. I hope it's also explanatory that from a police point of view, as by then in 2020 and 2021, we had to take decisions on how to make use of the existing tools. That is quite a long time, and there we would simply also look for possibilities to further, let's say, improve the cooperation and the feedback, because Wojciech Wieworowski has really rightfully mentioned the importance of biometric data, and this is the big field where we have to seek for solutions which on the one hand side address the police needs, because I can tell you this was mainly driven by the terrorist attacks in 2015-16 in Belgium, France, and Germany, where all those countries experienced that the use of alphanumeric data, so names, birth dates, is simply not sufficient enough to identify possible suspects and also to follow up on this. So this was the driving force in order to develop also something like the interoperability agenda. And I think there we have also to look together also with the EDPS, how, let's say, biometric data can be used again to find the right balance, to identify potential perpetrators early enough, but also to react to this. So this is also definitely something where we look also when it comes to the importance of the Artificial Intelligence Act implementation, that we have to make together the speedy process. Having said this, also there looking, we will of course respond to the EDPS on the latest report we had received. We hope, let's say, because what we as an organization try to avoid for several reasons is try to avoid to receive admonishments, which is of course a strong also political signal that we find there also the right balance there in the proportionate and adequate reaction on this. As for example, the use of the technical tool was dropped as this was already related to the old Europol regulation, and also the other elements are from our understanding related to the old Europol regulation, which has of course relevance today, but simply the legal basis has changed since then. Let me come to another important element, and I mentioned the overall figure of the so-called data subject access request. And I think this is an important element where the citizens of Europe have the right to ask the Europol. For the time being, we have 4 complaint cases with the EDPS pending on several stages. And there are several reasons for this. First and for all, the amount of the data subject access request and the complexity has increased. So it takes us simply also more time to consult with the member states first, then to give our own opinion. To give you one example where the EDPS is absolutely right, in one of these cases we had consulted the member states, took their, let's say, of course, their reaction into account, but haven't expressed our own views on this precise enough. So that is definitely something we also said, okay, there we could have been more clear on this. Another case is still pending in front of courts. So the cases are in different stages, also to mention this. Furthermore, I think it's also important to mention, and this was an element we were also reporting to you in the last JPSG meeting, that the transmission of data from Frontex to Europol was stopped based on, let's say, an inquiry also carried out by the EDPS, where he had issued also 3 recommendations, where again it was about the proportionality and the adequacy of data shared from Frontex with Europol on migrant smuggling. And there, I'm also happy to say that under the lead of the executive directors of Frontex and Europol, we had established a working group where we then have developed a concept note on how to find the right balance. And based on the concept note, to give you some practical examples, we had then developed checklists that now all Frontex officers can, of course, based on a specific request from Europol, also be more precise on what kind of data is transmitted to Europol. And that is, I think, a good achievement. And by this, we could resume the exchange of information in January this year. Now, maybe coming back to what also the EDPS said on the working methods between Europol and the national authorities. he was referring to the joint analysis platform. This is a technical tool in principle to continue what was already happening in the years before, where analysts all over Europe met physically at Europol in order to carry out analysis work, with a lot of traveling activities, with a lot of course, being then even sometimes hindered by time-related aspects, in a decentralized platform, which follows exactly the same rules and which is, by the way, also covered by Article 20 of the Europol regulation. It is, of course, possible to make this in a more clever way, but this is not expanding any, let's say, any legal possibilities for Europol, because this is covered by the current Europol regulation. Last element is, of course, the inspection that was mentioned too by Wojciech in October 2023. For sure, also was done in a very good cooperation on PNR and the visa information system and technical components used by Europol. And we're definitely waiting for the results on this, also being able to follow up on the results in time. With this, once again, thank you for the good cooperation with the EDPS, and there are enough endeavors for sure for the future, which were all discussed this morning, where we have to be very precise in, on the one hand side, enabling police to carry out the necessary work, on the other hand side, to respect all data protection related issues, but this to be done in a complementary way, not in a way which is speaking about two sides. Thank you, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ebner, for your clear reaction. We will now move on to our discussion with JPSG delegates, and I will pass the floor to Mr. Engerer to chair the debate. Only one slight remark. We are running a little bit behind schedule due to, of course, a very full agenda. But why am I saying this? Because it's important if we take a look at the weather forecast for our JPSG group and family picture, that we try to do this on time. So, with that in our mind, I pass the floor to Mr. Engerer.
Thank you, Mr. Metsu. Dear colleagues, we'll now move to our discussion. Bearing in mind that this is rather a short session, please limit your contributions to no more than 1 minute, so that all colleagues wishing to intervene have the time to address their questions. The floor will be given alternately to 2 members of national parliaments and 1 member of the European Parliament until the list of speakers is exhausted. If I may, delegates wishing to take the floor, I'll remind are kindly requested to press the button on the microphone once. The light on the microphone will turn green. To withdraw your request, press the button again. The microphone will turn on automatically when the floor is yours. So there is no need to press the button yourself at that point. Also, please note that do not be alarmed if your name disappears from the list. As long as the light on your microphone is green, your request to take the floor is registered. Members are kindly invited to indicate clearly whether your questions are addressed to Mr. Wiewrowski or to Mr. Ebner or both. The European Data Protection Supervisor and the Deputy Executive Director of Europol will respond to each question individually, and I ask them also to answer in a maximum of 1 minute. I now invite the first speaker. I see from the Hungarian National Parliament our delegate Vejkely.
Thank you very much. We certainly respect the criticisms expressed by the European Data Protection Supervisor, but it seems that there is a growing gap between the effectiveness of the law enforcement agencies' capabilities and the effectiveness of the criminals' methods. A high level of data protection is to be promoted. The adequate control should also be promoted. My question is as follows. Within the given framework of rules, what room for maneuvering does the agency have to close this gap? Thank you.
The floor is yours for answers.
I don't know now if this is the question to Mr. Ebner or to me. I may start to answer saying that I was always of the opinion that the law enforcement authorities shall be given the possibility to use the new technologies and new possibilities that are given by technology to them. The only condition sine qua non is that we have the supervision over that, and we know how these tools are used, and we are able to assess it. So in this sense, the current changes in the law were going in the right direction, although when I heard Madame de Boll stressing the importance of the Artificial Intelligence Act, I may say that I was a little bit disappointed that some of the activities that are regulated by Artificial Intelligence Act were excluded if they are used by the law enforcement authorities, because it reduces the supervision over this activity.
If I may then also respond in addition to what was said by the EDPS. We don't see really a gap between, let's say, the police needs and the data protection. We see fields where we have to speed up processes because the developments in mainly technical areas like artificial intelligence and biometrics, which is closely linked to use, for example, artificial intelligence, requires simply that we carefully assess what is, of course, to be taken into account from a data protection point of view, but on the other hand side, also to be able to, let's say, deliver the support to the law enforcement agencies of the member states quickly enough. It is, I think, self-explanatory that if an investigation is run, and this is mainly investigations against serious and organized crime in the member states, that national police forces will not wait a year or 1.5 years until they can get started. Then they will find other solutions. But we believe that exactly in this field, we have to offer European solutions. And the European solutions are done in a complementary way, as I said, between looking at the police needs side of view, using the modern techniques also as the criminal use it, but in a lawful way. And this requires, of course, a fast and good cooperation with the data protection.
Thank you. I kindly remind you to take note of the time, preferably 1 minute per person. We now move on to our Cypriot colleague, Nikos Ketiros. The floor is yours.
Thank you. For Mr. Wiewiórowski, balancing the need for surveillance to prevent crime with protecting our online privacy is a formidable challenge. A challenge particularly delicate in the recent proposal for a regulation on child sexual abuse online. In one of our previous meetings, Commissioner Johansson informed us about this proposal, which we very much welcome as addressing an urgent necessity. However, it seems that you have expressed some reservations. You expressed concern about the aims of this regulation, which would in effect restrict individuals' fundamental rights to privacy and personal data, including their rights to the confidentiality of communications. You asked that this proposed regulation should not be adopted until the necessary safeguards are put in place. Can you elaborate on your opinion, please?
Very much for this question. Well, of course, we are also of the opinion that the crimes against children online are one of the most obnoxious crimes that we can imagine. And me being the father of 16 years old and 9 years old daughters, I'm really on the first front line of the discussion about the child sexual abuse online. But at the same time, we questioned some of the methods that were proposed by the European Commission, and mainly two points. The first one was about encryption and end-to-end encryption, end-to-end encrypted communication, and also the necessary monitoring of all the conversations and all the communications online. Here we think that the tools that were proposed by the Commission are going too far, but the Parliament has prepared the let's say, compromise proposal, which also is not meeting all our requirements, but is going in the right direction.
Thank you for the reply. I now move on to our colleague from the Polish delegation, Jarosław Wałęsa.
Thank you. Mr. Wiewiórowski, przepraszam. You've mentioned quality of data. And my question is, how do you quantify or qualify the data? Do you have some sort of minimum requirements to, when you reach certain points, you sort of disregard it or add it to the database? Additional question from me is, you have mentioned increasing difficulty in terms of coordination efforts due to increased number of agencies involved. So how do you avoid stepping on someone else's toes? How do you address the issue of competences? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start from the second question. Of course, the role for the cooperation between the national authorities and the European authority, which is the European Data Protection Supervisor, is to make an agreement and make the ways to cooperate in the written form on the bilateral and multilateral levels between the agencies. That's what we did recently with Portugal and with Greece when we are trying to supervise the European IT systems and the national IT systems at the same time. So that's the way to deal with it. And the first question was? Accuracy. Well, that's a very good question, because on one hand, we are absolutely sure that the accuracy is one of the most important topics to discuss. On the other hand, we don't want to be driven as the Data Protection Authority into the discussion, what is the threshold? Is 80% or 95% of the false positives or false negatives the good percentage? So at the same time, we leave it to the experts to decide what does it mean, but we at the same time want to have it included in each and every impact assessment of each and every solution that is prepared.
Thank you. We now move on to our colleague from the European Parliament, Saskia Brickmont, unless there is anyone else who would like to make a speech or ask questions, please. This is the last reminder to press the button. So Saskia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Wiewiórowski. It goes without saying that the more competences there are, the more we also need supervision. Thank you for sharing your concerns. I have questions related to the facilitators package. My first question is regarding the regulation, which will amend Europol's regulation, in particular regarding the possible enhanced role of the agency on biometric data processing that you mentioned. What do you think about the fact that there's no impact assessment? Secondly, you also pointed at the court's case law and that such legislation should comply with the necessity and proportionality, including data minimization. Do you think that the proposal complies with those principles and that there are enough safeguards in the current Commission's proposal? And thirdly, I'm also curious to hear, in view of the enhanced cooperation between Frontex and Europol, how you see the role of Europol in the debriefing interviews performed by Frontex in the context of the facilitators package. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I only can say that I'm also disappointed by the fact that there is no impact assessment done for the package, and it makes our discussion on this topic, on this legal act, much more difficult, because we actually have to try to invent what were the reasons and what were the goals to be achieved by the legislator. But at the same time, I have to say that this is that's an interesting proposal. It's going in the right direction. We simply need more information about the practicalities. About the cooperation between Frontex and Europol, it was partly tackled by Mr. Ebner in his presentation. I can only add that this concept note that was prepared by both agencies is once again a step in the right direction, but we would like to have rather administrative agreement done between these two agencies as the final result of such discussion between the agencies and being the real ground for the exchange. Approach has changed, and the stop of the transfer was also the good point when we didn't have the right legal basis. And that's it. I guess that was all.
Thank you, Mr. Wiatrowski. That concludes the speakers list, and I will pass the floor now to Mr. Metsu to conclude the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Engerer. Thank you, JPSG delegates, for the interesting change of views and the interesting debate. Thank you, Mr. Wiwiorowski, Mr. Ebner, for your presentations and the clear responses. This concludes actually the first part of today. We will start the afternoon session with a keynote speech by Annelies Verlinden, our Belgian Minister of the Interior, Institutional Reform and Democratic Renewal. I would like to invite you for a lunch, but finally, before we close this morning's session, could all delegates and speakers please follow the ushers at the end to the doors in the back of the room for the family picture. Very important to know, all those with a red, a dark blue and a light blue badge are asked to follow the ushers outside to take this family picture. May I ask to all the other persons just to wait a little instance here in this hall before we all go to the lunch. So this can pass smoothly, we hope, of course, with your cooperation. Thank you and see you at 1400 when we will resume our meeting with our first scrutiny session. Enjoy the picture and enjoy your lunch.
And if I may add, the organization has asked to remain seated until the two main tables have been directed to the back. Of course, this kind of picture is an organization in itself, so let's keep it well organized so that we can soon pass to lunch.
Hadden hij ze al op Engels gezet? Hadden hij ze al op Engels gezet?
Engels.